Start stream. Make sure YouTube updates appropriately. There's that. Share the links in the two places I do that. Close that. You can be minimized. You are fine. You're sitting where I need you to be. Sure. Why not? So, I did the levels before I went to bed instead of after getting up. And they worked out. Not everybody got as many hit points as I would have liked. The samurai at least got double digits. And folks caught up on their spells. Squishy got all of the, not that it would have mattered, but Squishy got all of the 6th level mage spells first go, so, but has them all in either case. So, they're both now working on their piety. Not that it matters, but yeah. 4 6th level spells, and is almost done with her stats entirely. Words. I can words. And then they all have the 4. She's done with her stats entirely. They're still working on them. 2 is still behind on that. But yeah, their hit points aren't that different. But the necessary progress was made, and it didn't take... It's not like it didn't take a bunch of time, but it wasn't as miserably uncooperative as, the level where both samurai had to accept 3 stat points and a hit point. And their spells, because that was all I was seeing for far, far too long. So, progress was made. Oh, I do wanna... The plan is to keep going until they are ready. I should do the math now on how many Murphys that is. Not that I'm gonna actually keep count successfully. I will lose track, but I want to do that math. Okay. We're going until 419, 993 or higher. And oh, God damn it. Right. 257,006 is 162 1,987 experience points we need to get to level 13 and our level 7 spells and be ready to change class. Divided by 741 is 219.9, etc. We need to kill 220 Murphys. I mean, we'll see the indicator when they're ready to go up level, and we're done as soon as that happens. But we need to kill 220 Murphys to get there. So, that's how long this is gonna go. However long it takes for that to happen. Because I have been showing the 4 6th level spells, because I don't know if we got them all to show them all in the thing. All monsters that breathe, so like this wouldn't work on undead, for example, or slimes probably don't breathe. Now, this is the mage's version of that, not the cleric's. So, like with their solo spell, it should stack. Not that I have intentions on doing that, but maybe for big nasty fights that might be relevant. Yeah, this is, there's a bigger version of that at level 7, and I don't think even though some of the effects might be nice, if you're desperate enough to cast that, you're already fucked. This is a mean game, so, I mean, being desperate enough to cast it isn't, unexpected situation, but, yeah. Anyhow, those are those. And once again, I have started prepared. What's the one that's, that one. Entire expedition is fine. And remembering to do it right at the start this time. Because the little bit of help the whole time from the start, without having to remember to recast something at the beginning of every fight, is the most efficient way to get that bit of help, because that particular spell slot for healing is no longer essential. Not for this, anyway. One down, 219 to go. I made coffee. Once I've filled my cup, I have another cup's worth brewed. I still have scones. I have leftovers from the frozen pizza I had for dinner last night slash, let's be honest, this morning. I went to bed at like 8 a.m. It's just after 4 p.m. So I have that if I get hungrier than just picking at scones. So, and I filled my water bottle. So, yeah. Prepared. I do still need to take my meds, but they're not only within arm's reach, but in line of sight. Otherwise, even though they're one of those 7-day pill dispenser things, if it's not in line of sight, I will still forget to take them. So they're in line of sight. So I will remember to take them. I just hadn't done it before we started. And I didn't do as much of catching up on things as I would normally do before starting this. Now, on a Sunday, there is less of that. None of the YouTube channels I follow post videos on a Sunday. At least not normally. But there is one podcast that has something almost every Sunday that I didn't actually listen to before starting. Because I've been getting these started at 7 something, 8 p.m. I figured, you know, it'll still be there when I'm done. To reward myself for sitting here doing this for who knows how long. So that I can try and start at a time that's less bad for at least some of the people that might want to show up at some point. Before I started, I did pop over to MDI's Twitch stream. He's working on, well, he was setting up his equipment, moving things around so he could go get a second party member to be a Knight of Diamonds. So of course, he's very familiar with and understanding of, yeah, I'm going to be streaming Grinding Murphy today, so I figured I'd come say hi to you first. he streamed playing this update of it on Twitch and then uploaded the VODs to his YouTube. And he is, like I said, playing Knight of Diamonds now. He also plays other old games. I've seen him do speed running stuff. My old games enabler pointed me at him for a variety of reasons. I was aware of him to begin with, but yeah. Another one of us. Old game fackers. I am down to just the apple cinnamon scones. I had more of those. I only had one package of the blueberry. So those are sitting there just in my periphery going, hey, you haven't eaten yet today. You want some of us, right? Eventually. Alright, meds taken. And some of my coffee drunk. Downside of taking them, and I can wait and take them later in the day. I don't have to take them shortly after I get up. And sometimes I don't, specifically because one of them makes me have to pee. So if I'm going anywhere, I don't take it till I'm home. But, you know, it's not that hard to take off my headset, go to the bathroom, and come back. I have to take breaks intermittently anyway. So, C2 does still have, by a small margin, more hit points, but she still has the lowest intellect because she was behind on stats. So, whether or not she has the most hit points, she's still the most likely to be converted to the Lord. Okay, that sounds weird when I say it like that. Change class into one. Just because, not that it would really matter. A few levels and she'd still have a maxed out intellect and be getting the spells super as effectively as she can, regardless. But that is still my thought process about who I pick for the job, because I don't really have anything else to go on, because again, like, it's not like trying to prepare for a ninja where only the ones that actually got the stats for it can do it. And even she has gotten enough points that she could. So, that wouldn't even be the issue. Or obstacle. But I've also had the thought the other way around of, because the Lord is going to get, once they get to a sufficiently high level, more hit points per level. Would I want to give that job to the one with the fewest hit points? But there's not going to be a big enough difference for it to really matter. And the Lord is going to be the slowest leveling member of our party. So, it'd all work out in different ways anyway. That's not what I want. because it's a different version of the same type of spell, I don't think the per encounter will stack with the per excursion. So I can't. Well, I can test whether or not that's the case. I can also confirm whether or not the covers the whole party version of the mage spell stacks with the cleric versions. Because it's not like they're doing anything else with those spell slots. Neither of those spell slots are even healing related. That's a third, right? Yes. I don't believe this one will stack. But it'll have the exact same effect as the 6th level spell from the mage. That one worked. That. You were at C3 is a 1, so she was at a -1. She's at a -9. They both worked. The party, the encounter and excursion ones do stack. I didn't expect that. Okay. Well. Okay. I'm not going to spend the time to keep casting it, but it's good to know. I have done a science. And yeah, if it's 2 digits, it does. If it's -2 digits, it doesn't have the space for it. But now the encounter's over. -10 or below is just low. get up quickly just to top off my coffee cup. So actually, that one's a little more accurate. And I'll give you game music. All right, cup refreshed. Now, I think the way I talk about coffee gives an impression that I drink more of it and like it more than I do. Now, I appreciate the caffeine, but it's not the most effective form of it for me. Fuck, I feel like I have to sneeze. And I have to make it basically pasty white person colored like me. And, well, I put sucralose in it, not sugar, but it has to be lightened and sweetened for me to drink it. Which is why mocha is the easiest way for me to drink it, because chocolate milk does both jobs at once. But the volume of water run through coffee grounds that I drink fits the impression that I give. The amount of coffee grounds that have had water run through them is far lower than that amount implies. When I'm making it for myself, I actually make weak coffee that I don't think anyone else would want. And coffee snobs would be absolutely disgusted by both it's weak and corrupted with both milk and sweetener or other things. Like, I have a pumpkin spice mix that I put into some sucralose and add sometimes, or, yeah. Not that I couldn't modify tea in a similar variety of ways, but it is and isn't more complicated. Coffee's easier to deal with in some ways. But I do have gunpowder green tea. Which I drink when I run out of milk and thus can no longer have coffee. But if I were going to drink something for the sake of the flavor and the efficacy of the caffeine in it, I would drink a can of diluted Monster. The flavor is actually too strong, so I cut it in equal parts with another can of water at its can filled up with water. So equal parts Monster and water, at the least. I have also in the past made multiple pots of green tea and then flavored / supplemented it with a can of Monster. Like, I'll brew them each individually, pour them into a big pitcher. Oh, goddammit. but Monster costs a whole lot more. Not that I couldn't afford a can of Monster a day habit. I don't need one. I will get them sometimes as a backup caffeine source. Or if I'm going to be doing something where I want something more effective. Because they do the job more effectively. Part of that is because I drink diluted coffee. I don't know offhand how the caffeine profile of green tea versus whatever the fuck regular strength coffee is versus the way I drink it. So I can't say how much caffeine per soup mug. Because I drink my coffee in a soup mug. I also have a... Hi, Zorb! The coffee pot I have is a little 5-cup, which is a 25-ounce carafe. So, if I don't need to leave room for milk, its contents fit in my soup mug that I drink out of. So, a pot of coffee or tea. I can make either in that same vessel. I do also have a kettle and a different way of dealing with tea, but it's easier to just run it through the coffee pot after I've cleaned out coffee remnants from it. But yeah, a pot of coffee or tea is also a cup of coffee or tea because of the size of my cup. Sadly, that's unsurprising. The Sims is that way, and even without the mods, and the mods can compensate for some and exacerbate or create others. Have you been able to narrow down what might be instigating them? Some of them actually tell you when they have an exception and file it, but only some. Others just misbehave in a weird fucking way and don't really indicate what's going on. Oh. Basic functionality is broken. That's... Huh. I definitely haven't seen that. I'm sure modders have. At least some. They tend to end up with experience with more extreme and edge cases of how the game can and does break. I hope somebody has an answer that makes that, or an experience that makes that a searchable thing for you. Because that sounds like a nightmare to try and figure out what's breaking it. Having a mod, my first guess impulse would be having a mod that expects an expansion pack that impacts those that isn't there, or the other way around. But but you don't want to have to work around it. You want it to do its job the way it's supposed to, without being babysat. Have you updated them to the version of the mod that's appropriate for the version of the game you have? That's what I mean, is the game is notorious for fucking things up, so if there's a mismatch in there, shit can get really borked. Not that I don't think you know to do that, just, you know, it doesn't hurt to ask. Because I know that that's one of the biggest, easiest sources for shit going wrong. So other than The Sims being an uncooperative asshole, which is nothing new to it or either of us, I suspect, how are you doing so far today? Well, hopefully the heated pad helps with whatever variety of issues you want to apply it to. And the other one is a default state that would be a point of curiosity or concern if something changed about it. Maybe not concern, just, oh. But, anyway. You're being you. And being heated. I can't do a whole lot to entertain that first part. I am not a flirty mushroom. But thank you for coming along to keep me company again. Oh, so I did install Baldur's Gate 3 and take a look at playing the beginning portion of the game just to get a feel for how it works, because I am aware of 5th ed of D&D, but I haven't actually played it. So the feel of the D&D is different. There are structural similarities, but they did change the vibes. And I hate point buy, so being forced into it and forced into a version of it that's nerfed because they made their whole system nerfed compared to what I'm used to is weird. And that's a 5th ed difference thing. That's not Baldur's Gate's fault. But I would rather roll my stats than be stuck with a point buy regardless. At least it gives me the opportunity to do better than a point buy can. And I did meet Asterion. I didn't really get farther than that. That's one of the first things that happens after the introductory sequence of the game. choose not to have party members, but since it splits the XP you get across a party whether or not you have them, such that people level up to where you're at when you get them. Apparently there's no benefit to soloing, you don't even get to level up faster. And because it's a D&D based thing, there is a level cap. So you'd only get so far anyway. I did look into that part. Level caps in non-D&D related games make even less sense, because I always encounter them far before I'm done with the game, which demotivates me from bothering to finish. I actually didn't finish the Outer Worlds because I got maybe 2/3, and that's a guess based on how it felt, how far I was into the game. Hit the level cap and went, oh, I have that much more work to do and there's no improving myself from here? What? I didn't know there was a level cap at all until I hit it. And went, oh, I guess I'm done then. And they added an expansion and only, I think, 3 levels to the cap, which wouldn't do enough. So, the space capitalism is real aggressive in that one, but you can mostly tell them to fuck off and fuck them over. Not that they won't, you know, come after you for that. But yeah, the level cap suddenly going, oh, yeah, beyond this point you're going to be wasting your time and get no reward and not get any better at your job. Just was a literal wall. I hit it and went, oh, yep, nope, I'm not going any farther. I also had that, well, there's probably a bunch of people I didn't meet, because, again, I got maybe 2/3 of the way into the game, but I'm not actually sure. Fallout 3 and its level cap also ended up being an issue, but since I did main quest and not much else first, I essentially beat the game but did very little exploration and superfluous stuff, and because I had already hit the level cap, there was no motivation for me to do any of it, because my character's not going to get more competent from here. Why would I bother? I have found since then a mod that caps that you have to apply the mod after you've gotten out of the intro vault, because apparently removing that limiter while you're in there borks the game, or at least that's what, I think that's the mod that had that about it, but yeah. level caps in D&D like games can still be awkward and limiting and unhelpful. So I'm not sure how that level 12 cap will fit in with the game, or if it'll just cut me off before I'm done. There is also a pitfall I'm aware of based on just other games generally, in that even if you have a party and you can use their skill set for some things, some stuff they're going to want the main character to be able to do, so I'm gonna have to choose a class that honestly I may just go with a bard just to have the diversity of options, but I don't know how they've modified the classes and if they would actually be a better jack of all trades. There were already some existing weird decisions they had made along the way in how some classes worked. So I don't know if that's been I don't know how that's been changed. And what they've done to how the races work. Beyond the context Baldur's Gate is giving me for basically, I guess, how they fit into that game world. And how people in that world might interact with them. Which isn't a useless piece of information to have, but it's not like I was actually given a 5th ed players. I could open that and look at the descriptions and progression of the classes and see what they did differently. You had also mentioned before that you were having some sort of other issue with how Cyberpunk was done. Something was done poorly in some way, but was that a bad game design, a bad writing, I either failed to notice or you hadn't said what kind of nope you were having. Or I did notice and it just fell back out of my head. Entirely possible. Yeah, fair. No, to be honest, I do not understand at all the being plural thing, but I don't judge it just because I don't understand. That would be shitty of me, but I don't understand it. And I wouldn't even know how to look into it because to the uninformed, how some people talk about it has overlaps with how people disrespectfully and inaccurately portray a particular mental illness that definitely doesn't deserve the bizarre portrayals it gets. So, seeing people talk about it and interact about it is just confusing to me. But I don't even really know how to bring up why it's confusing, and yeah. I try to just be... You have a perception of yourself that I'm not going to second guess. You know yourself better than I do, but I do not understand it, and just try and leave it there until I'm in a position where I have the ability to actually dig into what that means with someone who can explain it. Oh, gross. No, someone's identity is not a punchline or a joke. Or needing of a solution. Ooh, hit 3 times 4. I haven't been paying attention, so I don't know if they've been doing that beyond just that once, but I saw that one. An exposition cutscene doesn't almost certainly can't give me enough to actually come to the conclusion the game is trying to force me to come to, as regards whether or not someone is indeed my new best friend. That would read as, at best, a clunky, ham-fisted thing. I don't have the context to evaluate it for myself, but maybe other people get something very different out of the experience. Is the simplest, most straightforward guess as to what's happening there. no idea if it's related at all, but because that's where my brain went with it, I started wondering if presence, absence type degree of neurospiciness, and if that played a role in the interpretation of that. Because I can't help but get meta about stuff. So that is one of the places my brain goes to is, I have to live with my neurospiciness, so I'm familiar with how it works. How other people interpret it and how other people's work, not as much. Unless it's similar to mine, and then I can recognize pieces of it. Okay. So it's playing on set pieces that not everybody is working with. Maybe. Oh, since I am looking at the container now, I might as well do a reverse med check. I had to take mine earlier. So I might as well ask, have you remembered to take your meds today? Have you hydrated and stretched? I know you hydrate well and you don't really need checks on that, but I'm doing the reverse of the common stream thing. Continental Eastern European and Central American. Would you like me to ask again later? And is that can't a negative or more neutral? Okay. Because I don't think you have a cat, so a cat sitting on you would be a, no, you can't get up now. That would not be a negative. Okay. Beyond not knowing what kind of character would be effective in the game, I have some characters, many of whom are actually D&D characters, that once I know that they'll fit in the setting of something, I recreate them in some format and put them in, because I know how they would interact with stuff and play as them again. But I don't know enough about Baldur's Gate to recreate my D&D characters and put them in, but also with the nerfed stats, it would be an insult to them. They would be mediocre in ways where they were much more competent and from level 1. So I don't think I would, even once I know whether or not they would fit, just because that would be an insult to them, to make them mediocre. Because point buy especially. Yeah. Them being D&D characters does mean that some games I can figure out how they would integrate into easier than others, like Elder Scrolls games are a much easier fit. I did a whole series of Kaelin Plays Elder Scrolls, where I ran her through Morrowind, then Oblivion, then Skyrim. And that was the first time I'd actually beaten Skyrim. So, yeah, D&D characters are easier to fit into magic-y fantasy places. Trying to figure out how to fit them into Fallout 4 was a little more complicated. Now there is gear that's essentially enchanted. That remains the case in Starfield. But figuring out how, like, a spellcaster fits in a world that has guns is, okay, well, only the ones that have the effect that more closely represents what they would use, it still gets. But it is the thing I do. At least once I've gotten a feel for the game and know that I could at least try to faithfully represent how they would interact with the world. Whether or not they would interact with main plot, I don't interact with main plot whether or not I'm playing as one of them, because it's impractical in a lot of ways. I have all of them on this computer. I don't think I ever beat Arena when I was younger, and it was actually on a DOS computer that lived in my house instead of a DOS emulator that lives on my computer. And Daggerfall we never had. I have a version of it that works now, but I haven't actually delved into it. It's a weird transitional game that takes a lot of the more tabletop RPG structure they had in the first one, adds additional stuff to it that evaporates entirely. And it's just it's a weird one, structurally. And because we didn't have it, it's the one I know the least about. I'm going to need to pause here, since there was something I wanted to look at anyway. I wanted to see how we were doing, progress-wise. Okay. The gap is down to just over 100,000. And I have a thought about the characters thing that may fall out of my head while I'm up, but we'll find out. math I want to do. Or I'm going to redo the math I did earlier. We still want to get to 419,993. You are the one that's 30 behind, so minus 317, 768, divided by 741. We still need to kill 138 more Murphys, which means we've killed 82. That's more than a third of the way through the work. So, and thank you, Zorb. Alright. Get the windows back in the correct order again. And back at it we go. Oh, right. The character thought. When I do put my tabletop characters into other games and try and run them through like that, sometimes it highlights portions of them that are more clearly parts of me that I put into them, or at least things we have in common, whether or not they were intentional. Because when we make a character, I think when people make characters, there's usually at least a little, but sometimes a lot of themselves in them. Sometimes out of curiosity, I do make try to be a faithful representation of me and how I would go through the game. Depending on the game, that works variably well. Depending on the mods, it gets more complicated. But a part that, considering she was a red dragon bloodline Sork, entirely unsurprising that this was a place where we overlap in Skyrim of being inclined and wanting a dialogue option to tell Delphine that if she ever threatens Parthenax again, we will kill her ourselves. Because, yeah, bitch, no. Don't even think about it, I will end you. So, and I definitely don't know enough about Baldur's Gate in general, let alone 3, to want to go for a self-insert there. I definitely need to know more about the game and whether or not that would be viable. And of course the self-insert is a younger, healthier, still able-bodied version of me. Not me as I am now. No. I used to be capable. Used to be. My wisdom's gone up. My dexterity suffered. My constitution is complicated. I have survived a lot of shit. I think what, in D&D terms, the way I put it, and early on, and it's only doubled down, is I think I botched my save against the magical curse that is called cancer. Because, you know, I have survived and resisted so much bullshit, but there be side effects. Or the magical disease. Curses are by nature magical. Not all diseases are. I mean, lycanthropy is. Some people consider that a curse. Lycanthropy is a separate thing. That's kinda sorta between the two, considering how it's passed along. Is more like a contagion. In the context of D&D, curses as a more broad descriptive category, I don't know. Some people call foul language a curse, and I don't have a phrase for the linguistic equivalent of if looks could kill. But if my cursing was actually had that kind of efficacy, divine counts as magical. In D&D, even, curses are divine magic as opposed to arcane. That's something a cleric would cast, or could cast. Oh, no. I may be thinking about that backwards. Either way, divine counts as magic. Oh, goddammit. Because Kaelin was absolutely an arcane caster, though she did custom some versions of divine spells into arcane ones. But she did do a curse out of profound lack of forethought and a shit ton of anger. So the cleric did need to clean up the mess. that stood out to me after the fact. It didn't occur to me in the moment, but it stood out after the fact. You don't choose an alignment in Baldur's Gate 3. Fifth Ed can't have gotten rid of that, so that is a peculiar, or it would have been very strange for them to get rid of it. So it stands out as a bit peculiar. I didn't look for Paladin on the list of classes, though. I don't think it was there. Some do, but usually you start with one and then, well, it depends. Like in KOTOR, Knights of the Old Republic, it starts you in the middle and you move towards the light or the dark. But in a D&D that adjusts as you go, you start with one and then you migrate based on your decisions, and you may invalidate your current class in doing so, just like if you're playing tabletop and your DM actually keeps such things in mind. Not starting with one when some classes, especially when some classes are limited by your choice there. Stands out after the fact. I wouldn't know. And I wouldn't think there would be video games based on a D&D derivative called Pathfinder 3.75. I know they did another edition, I think, but and they went even further over the edge in throwing away everything Gary Gygax said, because it used to be part of the description of the game and part of the rules that, you know, there was a basic framework and you could use that to go from there. They codified everything, sometimes in contradictory ways, and made it so cumbersome to do some things that people just avoided entire classes because it was too much fucking work. the poking into BG3 was just that I was just, okay, well, let me see what the actual opening scenario and premise of this is. How are they introducing me to the game? What kind of situation am I stuck in? So I built a character that would just be convenient for testing that. I didn't poke into all the races and variants and look at what they've done with the options for the classes. So when I go back to it to poke around with it a bit more in depth, I'll actually spend time looking at all of those and how and what they impact. I will eventually have to heal her, but we're not there yet. Murphy's feet are clipped to the floor in that opening animation every time. I just hadn't been looking to notice until today. Because the ankles of his pants are basically connected to the floor. And then, well, no shoes, no feet. Guess I just hadn't looked. But I've unintentionally, yep. Ankles buried in the floor. I just happened to look a couple of times and, oh, yeah, I guess that's the thing. I am still debating whether or not to change them from functional names to other names. I mean, when their classes change, I'm gonna change them to other functional names, but when they're settled into their final classes, depending on how that goes, still debating whether or not to bother giving them other names. Naming them after pets or something because of how likely they are to die, sometimes frequently, is not a good fit. Naming them after people who have volunteered to endure the cruel whims of wizardry, or have their name suffer the cruel whims of wizardry, is a maybe. Right now, as especially since they're going to be changing classes and what their job is going to be changing again. Anything other than practical names is just going to clutter things for me mentally. Of course, squishy in the back may not end up doing the thing they're labeled as. Because I've decided on a different route for that, I think. Something I didn't expect with BG3 was, it lets you set how many quick saves and autosaves you have. And both numbers can go up to 50. Like, I am accustomed to a handful of autosaves that has, okay, well, it's going to autosave again. Let's overwrite that third or fourth one. But a short loop and quick saves are a single that overwrites itself every time, so it does let me have more iterations of saves in case I want to. Oh, no, that's not quite back far enough to change how this thing I'm testing works. Go back one more. But that wasn't something I expected to see. And yeah, the game automatically decided to give me all the good graphics. It is useful, it's just unexpected. And yeah, it decided to give me the good graphics and be fine about it. Like, it auto-detected the good settings and didn't have any issues. I am more than enough potato for it. Ugh. That's not helpful. Oh, something I have seen in, I think, one other game, and it pissed me off there too, because it's gross and that's not how it should work. A thing that's frustrating is that quick load is supposed to load a quick save. BG3 has it load the most recent one, even if it's an auto save. No, load my most recent quick save. That's what that's supposed to do. So, I have seen, I think, one other game do that, and I hated it then too. But no, that's not how that's supposed to work. because then I have to go in again and manually tell it to load the thing I told it to load, and it didn't. Yeah. Well, that's something. Right. 345. We need that to be 419. So, there's still a ways to go. But, oh, that is not the button I wanted. Which one? There's a handful, and only some can be modded away. Oh, you don't. In Create a Sim, you can disable the hair growing at all. You can set yourself to be nice and smooth and disable the hair growth. Cast.full edit mode. Fix it. Then it didn't abide by it. Because I definitely disable that. I mean, if other people want to deal with and have body hair, that's fine. Some characters I'll make do, but... or at least will have it, dealing with it growing or shaving or what, no. Whatever that hair is going to be a set it and forget it. Either it exists or it doesn't, and it stays that way. And mine is actually staying that way. But your game is also broken in a number of other places, so if that's also a thing that's a mechanic that is not functioning correctly, even when you've said it appropriately. That's just another data point in this is also broken by whatever the fuck broke all the other things. One of the things that I am happy to have found a mod that addresses. Well, no, you still have to go into CAS, but that just lets you change everything about yourself in CAS after you've created them, which normally you can't. So, shift click. One of the things I actually go in and edit about characters, especially ones that aren't stick figures, is the game has you drop weight at a bizarre rate. And if you put any weight at all on someone, it doesn't stay. So I'll actually go back in and, no, they have meat on them. Stop that, you fat-phobic piece of shit. They can be fit and still be fat. Fuck you. So, and that's definitely something you can't normally edit. But the game has its own stupid fucking ideas that I have to go in and correct. Or sometimes when I'm creating a character, I will forget to turn off the body hair and go back in and fix it. Oh, God damn it. I'll also use that for, oh, you did your weird genetics bath bad for that kid. I gotta go fix them. Right. You don't need to be dealing with that in a variable degree of self-insert character on top of IRL. the most recent character I made, I did have a little bit of an internal debate. Oh. So you can make a somewhat more representative replication. But yeah, regarding the body hair, I was making a werewolf, and I was debating just how much body hair do I want this twink to have? Because giving him none doesn't really seem right. And he's a werewolf, so that implies he might be more inclined to have it. But he's still a skinny little twink, and making him look like a miniaturized bear isn't really what I'm going for either, so I actually debated about the body hair a bit with that one. They have a scar that is a little excessive compared to the one one of the ones I've got. Like, I have a scar in my left eyebrow, and they do have one that cuts through that, but it's bigger, and it also has some other stuff, but actually, no, the werewolf scars are usually multiple claw marks. I don't know if they've got one that would represent the one on my arm, but since any version of me I put in there healthy, so that would be pre-cancer. So, not that I didn't have a fair number of scars before that, just none as big. I didn't actually slap them onto my character because they're not something I would have gone for. They wouldn't have fit who I had in mind, but I saw in a place where they might be something that looked like it could be top surgery scars. But I didn't actually try them on my character to confirm whether or not that's what they were. Which is not a scar you would have. You work too hard to get those boobs, you ain't letting go of them. But, just in the scars that they have included to be more inclusive. Oh. Hmm. They have scars that could emulate some of those effects, but not localized in that way. Or scars and skin conditions that could emulate some of those. But not positioned the way you have them. So it's less faithful to the body absorb, but are all of those things you would want to be able to represent? They're all technically part of who you are, but I don't know how much you want to be reminded of some of those. Or burden your sim version of yourself with them. Like, I definitely don't need to roleplay another version of myself with cancer. I've done that IRL. I don't need to do it in my downtime. So, I would like a version of me, however fictional, to not be burdened with some of that baggage. So there's at least one vote for yes. Not that it would be a unanimous one. Then only the ones that would get a vote. I don't know how that would actually work out for you. Depends on how noisy the peanut gallery would get about things they wouldn't do in a game they wouldn't play. So, like, have the scar there. Is there something, well, I know there are leg scars. Is there something that would even work as a stand-in, even if it doesn't look right, that you would know, oh, that scar on your leg, that is the stand-in for the scar on my leg, or our leg. And I'm going to let you wear a cute skirt that shows it off, kind of thing. Because there's nothing wrong with having a scar and having people see that scar. And you deserve to wear a cute skirt if you want to. So far as a suitable stand-in goes. But if there were, that's kind of... well, extrapolating from how I would interact with trying to do such a thing for my own body issues. That's kind of the roadmap for how I think that would look. Is there a leg tattoo that might do the job? There are also plenty of mods that have additional tattoos. Like a tattoo definitely, certainly not a modded one, definitely won't look the way your scar does, but it might at least be positioned in a way that would work. The ones I use, with limited specific exceptions, do tend to be modded ones that are serving a specific purpose. need to get up again. I'm gonna top off my cup. I'm going to swap out the scones for some actual, savory leftovers. Probably at the bathroom. So, if you can get up and stretch, or at least stretch, because I definitely also need to do that, because I shifted into this is a not great posture for my shoulders and neck, so I need to counteract that. But I'm gonna get up for a little bit, not very long, but a little. And that means I'm going to add this, and this, and then let you sit here with some game music while I do that. Well, I took a bite of leftovers, realized, ah, that's fine, but it's not what I want, so I'm heating up something else. But I have stretched some, topped off my mug, and can get back to killing Murphys while I wait for that food to heat up. So, get these back in the order they need to be. There is one mod tattoo in particular that I have because I think it's funny. And the color configurations for it aren't bad. They're not like ideal, but they're not bad. And it's called Octo Booty, which you might be able to guess, but so I have used that on certain characters for specific reasons. Some other ones, like I said, basically, with very rare exceptions, when I'm going for more color and pattern thing to go with something else, that I'm going for, I use modded ones. Otherwise, they're themed based on some backstory I've decided for a character. Neighbor dog. Don't. Even if Zorb can't hear you, I don't want to. Zorb, you haven't been... I don't know if you've watched any of this that hasn't been grinding stream. So I don't know if you have any context for my characters, who they are, what I plan on doing with them. I also don't know how much you do or don't know about Wizardry, this one or in general. You're old enough that it could be in your history, gaming history. But I don't know. That beep means they're done. Well, this is an update of the Apple version. I played the NES version. So there would be tiny differences anyway. But yeah. Standing in this spot and grinding on this specific monster is very well known to anyone who has played, because this is the thing you do, because it's far more dangerous to try and get anywhere else that gives you reliably accessible experience without threat of more dangerous enemies and whatnot. Mm. Yeah, the preview in the lower right is how it would have looked in its original form. Which is not quite the way it looked on the NES, but closer than the modernized. But also that it's giving you keyboard keys to do things. Tells you it was on a computer. But I played it on NES, so one of those controllers. And now a different controller that is USB. Has more buttons. That thing in the oven is done. I have actually a fair number of things that I can make by putting in the oven, and by the time it's preheated, it's done. And it beeped, so I should go attend to that briefly. taken out of the oven. And we can do that. Oh, I guess while I'm in here I could look. Yeah, okay. I mean, we're plugging along, getting there. Okay. This is the only one I've got any experience with. Six is in the sweet spot of it looks about right. I didn't even know this was the first one. I never even had that context. Not until much more recently when someone who actually is familiar with the series mentioned that he was going in order, and so started with, okay, I mean, it's not like it's... I didn't have any of the information that would have made that clear to me. Certainly not when I was a kid, and even playing it via emulator. I knew there was a series, I just didn't know where this one was in it. And no, the lack of a number was not a clue, because some games don't always number everything, so it didn't stand out. Some series don't put numbers, some just change the words they use to describe the game. Right. I never played any of those. I have watched Spoon play whatever he's got on his channel. Honestly, I have actually seen all of his videos. Then there are related to being messy is there are games that have similar names but aren't actually related, and then others that have similar names because they are. And because there's a lot of D&D-esque fantasy games that go with somewhat similar naming schemes, whether or not they're related, some of that gets, yeah, it gets confusing. So some games that, oh, those are actually connected, that's not just coincidence. Oh, that's not helpful. to start having more bad ideas about convoluted class changes. So of course I've started having more terrible ideas there. Good job. Welcome back. Is the food exciting? Not that it needs to be, just, you know, curious. Oh, I haven't asked at all. I have checked the levels before, and I think the volume of the game compared to me is okay, but I suppose since I actually have a live audience, I might as well ask. Okay. So, your own kind of version of what I have called a half-assed trail mix. Okay. I like banana chips. I hate how they're processed. They have shit in them that doesn't belong there. So I end up not getting them or getting things with them in it. There's also things that have peanut butter. With trans fats, I think extra sugars. I know what a lot of things with peanut butter have trans fats in them, and that's definitely why I avoid those, because that's disgusting and unnecessary. I don't get peanut butter itself often, but when I do, it's stuff that doesn't have that or the extra sugar. If it has more than peanuts and maybe salt, it doesn't belong there. It doesn't need to be there. Go away. But I think that's... with a lot of dried fruits, they add sugar to it when they don't need to is part of the problem. With those specifically, they may also have trans fats, but I don't recall off the top of my head. I would have to go to the store and look at a label. So that's something I would have, but nope. I have found dried apricots that don't have that problem, either of them, so I can get those, and I like those. They are definitely priced as a luxury item, not a staple food. Of course, most foods are not priced at staple food prices. Including, unfortunately, mushrooms, which are mostly air and water. Expensive sponges. That would be nice if they were not legal to add here, because they're added to a whole lot of things. They claim it's for shelf stability, but they also add it to, like, it's in non-dairy creamer to add the fattiness that the milk fat isn't there to add. Non-dairy whipped topping is sweetened fucking Crisco. It's disgusting, the things it's in. And it's in a lot of things where you wouldn't... Why is it even there? There's no... And I think the original reason or excuse was to make it more shelf stable. But ew, no. And margarine, I will never use. It's just a stick of trans fat. I don't care if it cooks in a different way than butter. No. Gross. I would prefer if things were... If they were going to add a fat for a reason, I'd prefer it be one that wasn't deliberately worse, and maybe had added bonuses of it has a fun flavor. I have never bought margarine, and I don't use it, so I have never bothered to even look at the packaging, because I don't want it. If I were gonna go for... It's just a substitute for something something I don't buy anyway. Butter is also not something I normally get. It's not something I would... Not that I don't like butter, but I don't need to spend that much money on something I don't usually have cause to use. Yeah. And some of us are even trans fat. Just not the, dietary chemical, debacle. Yeah, they have trans fat phobia in the wrong area. Zorp, if you were a standard RPG character class, is there one you would be? Would you have swapped around, started as one, moved to another? And is there one that you would want to be? Because we don't have magic. Oh boy, would just my quality of life from having prestidigitation make a big fucking difference. That would single-handedly, kind of also literally, combat executive dysfunction and a whole lot of other shit. Disability limitations. So. Because it's the kind of nerd I am, I have sat and thought about, okay, well, whereabout would my stats be? What kind of class? I don't think I'm the same class now. And my interests and needs, specifically, something we're both familiar with, so I will understand the context. But, like, I think if I were a D&D character, I started out as a rogue. More flexible and, when I was young, a little thiefy. And sneaky. I played the original iteration. I don't know. So, the Masquerade specifically. Tabletop, not LARPing. And very little other White Wolf, older or newer. So, I have limited, but I have an idea. Well, I know I remember some clans and what they represent better than others. I also have the video game that I have played a little bit of a while ago and haven't gone back to. Not that I don't intend to, I got distracted by other games. It happens. I learned a fun fact about that, but you finish that before I get further derailed. My train of thought derails. I know this about myself. Funny you mentioned Malkavians, because that is relevant. I happened to find out that you can only get the best ending in that game if you're a Malkavian, and I did the answer these questions to get assigned to a clan and was given Malkavian because it was the best fit. So I accidentally turned out to be the right answer to be able to get the best ending to the game, which I haven't gotten anywhere near. But so that's how that game sorted me anyway. I don't remember enough of the clans to be able to say what else would be a reasonable fit for me. I just know that that's how that sorted me, as more of that than other things. But lot of those things just ask questions where I don't like any of these answers. This one sucks slightly less is not the same as this is what I'd actually pick. Yeah. They interact with and are interacted with by the world in different ways. As if that weren't relatable all on its own, being neurospicy. Well, it's good that they worked to make it less bad. I had mostly back when they were newer. Played a bit of that first iteration of vampire and the first iteration of werewolf. And then had a game that ended up going sideways for a variety of reasons. Scheduling conflicts, player conflicts, of werewolf that it didn't last very long, so I didn't get very far into learning and relearning and seeing with being able to tell where differences might have been. There's still a lot of misinformation, deeply entrenched misinformation, and a lot of stigma that comes from it. But recognizing and working on that is good. Okay. Okay. I saw that IKEA, which I have never been to, never lived anywhere near one, so I will never actually go to one unless I move to a country where one would actually be near me. But also I do bad in big stores because they're fucking exhausting to move through. But I saw that they have those little straw goats. And I'm wondering, or it occurred to me that that might be a funny gift to send someone if they would get it. Whether or not they would be inclined to burn her. They have already been promised to the flames. Thinking about the construction, if I did have one, I don't have a space for one, I also have more stuff that I want to deal with already. Adding a new thing wouldn't really be practical. But thinking about the design and the size, that would be a great cat toy. Some cats would really love that. So if I move and get cats again, I might have a use for one. I don't know if, no, I do know. I do know whether or not cat toy would be a worse fate than burning. They toy with you, it's slower. Burning is less cruel. Because it's much more efficient. It's not playing with you. Good thing it's not a real goat. But straw, which has a smell, and it's held together with ribbons. Yeah. Those are built in a way that screams cat toy to me. as usual, when clerics are ready, we go back up the saves, get a preview of how uncooperative the levels might be. Can also maybe get a preview of what the aging at class change looks like, and then I'll do more of that once they're actually leveled as well as I can. And get more into that next time. But soon we will have our first class changes. There it is. And that's why I was keeping my hands away from the keyboard at the end of the fight, so I didn't start a new one out of habit, because overflow experience is wasted experience. There we go. Backup saves, re-enter, experiment. Oh, that does mean I did not prepare everything because I don't have that folder open. Everything else, but not you. you. Paste them to the backup folder. You get out of the way. You load back up. And stop being centered on my screen. Alright. Now get those back where they belong. You. Well. Yeah, fuck you too. Hateful fucking thing. Well, that wouldn't be a keeper for a variety of reasons. You didn't get all of your spells. So no. Yeah, you have no attributes to raise. But, shitty as those were, you're only behind by a little there. Hit points aside. The better resurrection spell, but not as effective, not as effect or safe as those at the temple. And none? You mean it? But what we really wanna take a look at, yeah, they got a while to go before they get to that one. That gap there is why they get them the first try. I'm not going through that much more just to get them one spell. They get them all the first try. You. Oh. Let's back up first. You are 23 and change. You. Let's change you all to the same thing. Because I expect there might be a different variable for different classes. So. Confirm. Now you do the same thing. Now, if it were the NES version, their stats would reset. But it's not. Now, they have the numbers of, that is how many spells there are in that spell level. Okay. So, that was pretty consistent with they gained 5 years. They aged 5 years with that. Because you get enough spell slots to at least be able to cast every spell you know once. Whether or not that's how you use them, that's what you get. And that's all you get if you swap to something that doesn't cast those spells. But, so, that gave them 5 years. You're 20 and 21. I can change you. I'm not keeping that. I wouldn't do it right now. That was a bigger gain, not a smaller one. I would have expected a smaller one. Yeah, they aged more. I would expect a more complicated class to start as would have aged them more. That's not how that worked out. Peculiar. You're 19. I can't change you to much because of your 19. If you go to that, how much does that add? 7. Are lords just easier to convert to? Well, that costs them the same going from one to the other. I wonder... I would have to do more science. You are actually a thief. Would it cost? You don't have the stats to do either of them. You don't have the stats to do it. So I can't test with you. They do technically have the stats to swap to anything, so, well, anything their alignment lets them. So I could see if the gap is different from something that is less related. Are you 35? You are. So the gap was the same size. So they're just not spaced the way I would have expected. Okay. Well, that actually covers the... Well, I'm curious about what all the different gaps are. I wonder if somebody's actually done that work for me, so I don't have to. But other classes aren't what I would be swapping to. So, less relevant. Curious. Oh, there is one more thing that would be on their to-do list. That to that. How big of a gap is that one? Same. So lords are just cheaper. And everything else is giving me 7. Okay. Well, getting them to 35 doesn't have any observable downsides. Oh, I didn't check what their yeah. You haven't lost any saves compared to someone 9 years younger than you. So, Okay. Well, I have done the sciencing I'm going to do with that. And then I think the next one, yeah, is going to be a regular video, not a stream, because that one has, I think it was like 22,000 before its third turn, which means the clerics who will no longer be clerics will be a little bit into whatever they're doing, which is another reason to not have that overflow, because they can be making progress in the new thing. But that's for tomorrow. Thanks for attending, Sorb. And keeping me company, because, you know, sitting here and doing this for this long with nothing else to distract me does make it more of a slog. No problem. I was gonna be doing the grinding anyway, so might as well give myself the opportunity to have someone keeping me company, right? Makes sense to me. Unless, of course, I'm playing something that's unsuitable, but then it wouldn't be going on the internet anyway. Except as maybe a screen share on Discord. Anyway, I will talk to you at some point soon, I'm sure.